Oh, I'm back. Oh, I haven't talked to Jay yet.
Allow me to thank you again for helping me with the cargo, Sherin. I am sure the ash mags squirreled away my goods won't give up so easily, and I'll hear more about their scheming yet. Let's strike a deal, Sherin. I will watch your back if you do me a favor and watch mine. Well, enough jokes. Is there something you wanted?
Tempted to spark up a joint, to be honest. Like a legit peace joint. It just makes me cough like crazy. Okay. You ready for it?
Oh, Sherin, I did manage to spark your interest. Allow me to invite you to a more private place. My words are meant for your ears alone.
I was hoping that she would actually have dialogue that I could listen to, but I guess not. Using an additional attack? Oh, using a critical though, it says. I think that's actually pretty funny. One of these weapons counts as like a 25%. She was happy I got her stuff back, so she gave me a good gun. I can't complain about that. That's the cargo he was doing, but I can never protect what was amassing. I'll kind of short paraphrase with saying, but I want to smoke, so I'm not gonna be talking till then. She wants me to vouch for her with the Adeptus Administratum so that she can get paperwork to work, trade with the Imperium effectively, like becoming a rogue trader herself, I think. Though, to be fair, I think there's something to be said about, like, who gets power after the Emperor. Because a rogue trader seems to me that the only rogue traders that exist are the ones that were given the writ by the Emperor before he went into his chair. Oh, sorry. man. I like her and all, but like she wants me to help her get a proficient writ, and the cast Basilica are like they're gay. Hey, tell me how I benefit from this shit. Whatever, I don't care. Sure, she can trade, not like whatever. She's a good cat. So why not? Life is so annoying. This, there it goes. I don't know why it constantly has problems. Funny enough, I spent a lot of money on this mic, and it messes up way too much. It should not have the kind of problems it does. Personally, I don't think it should. She wants me to get her. I gotta go to the administrator to basically give her, which means we'll probably run into a mission over there, which I'm chilling with too. That ain't bad. Big deal. I need to find a better way to make this so I don't. Hopefully that doesn't fuck with it. I think the main issue I run into with the cord is I bump it a lot because I move my hand, and the way the mic sits, it's basically near impossible not to get fucked with. Because I'm a right-hander, so everything's stuck to my right, basically. That explains a lot. Also, that also explains why I had it tilted the way it did. Kind of keep forgetting about certain things I do. It's how I live my life. It's a constant confusion. All right. We'll have no complaints about our friendship, Shireen. I may not be a trade representative of the Imperium just yet, but I can still help you with whatever you need. You must have some faction in mind that you would like to establish relations with. The Server der Rusians, the hot-headed pirates of the Basilica. Words like a key for a lock, and people will open their hearts to you or their wallets. I'll rinse everything you immediately have to ask. look. Hold on. They're crime syndicate. That's what I thought. Oh, Druzians are like a faith-based organization. Oh, that's right. Oh, it was just that easy. She just gives me 2,000. I thought she would leave or something. Oh, information. I need to go to football to give them that. We need to go to Mundus next. I thought I had played Plastisteel. I must not anymore? What the fuck? I'm confused. Maybe I never did? I'm pretty sure I have a planet. Oh. A Lemista a trading outpost has been causing problems for Jargonis trade for years by attracting merchants arriving from a number of systems. Those from a mining world of Flactia, if only some pirate were motivated enough to blast the station with torpedoes. game is so good, dude. Holy moly, I can't believe it. I don't know why I held on. Well, I always thought about it, and it's just like sometimes it's time and a place, kind of thing. Sometimes things you're just not ready for something. You're ready for it later. Life is very true about that. Still on talking to her. I haven't actually not talked to her at all. I didn't even realize that. And I need to talk to the other lady too. We got a lot of talking to do.
May the Exalted One protect you. No truer words have ever been said. I'm far more exciting than some small-time peddlers from Footfall. Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Jai Amira Fatqin Tamiri Ash Ifrit, the 12th daughter of the Lord of Ifrit, a distant world at the fringes of the Imperium.
Oh.
The youngest child is destined to become a bargaining chip in the family's political games. But I was unwilling to accept such a fate, and wanted to choose what to become and which path to follow. When I learned the Exalted One watches over hundreds of other worlds amidst distant stars, I understood there was an entire world of opportunities beyond Ifrit. All I had to do was break the familial bonds tying me down and escape the planet. Which I did a long time ago. The Keronis Expanse. A gorgeous name, isn't it? But this backwater wasn't my original destination when I escaped Sherin. Oh no, it was the rumors of incredible freedom that brought me to the Keronis Expanse. Freedom that is generously bestowed upon everyone who can survive in these parts. All doors are open here. You can become a saint, a mogul, a kingmaker, or anyone you like, really. Here, hard work pays off. Unless you're used to lying by the roadside and complaining instead of toiling for the good of your soul, glory, wallet, or whatever floats your boat. I'm used to working hard, and so I found my blessing. I convinced my father I personally wished to oversee the inspection of imported goods. I had to get experience so I wouldn't bring shame on our family, didn't I? I made friends with traders, missionaries, and soldiers at the port. I listened to their stories, studied the charts, learned what documents I had to forge to escape the planet. A kind word here, a shiny coin there. And here I am, in the iron belly of a ship, braving the void in search of a new life. Consider it a mark of my trade. This year, Xenos. Dumb-headed orcs. Who knew that we weren't the only ones to get tempted by the wreck of that raider? As for this treasure, I received it as a reward for a life that had been just a little too good. I was in a hurry to get to the Adeptus Amasacus after the Exalted One blessed me with immense wealth. I was 2 backstreets away from the den when a pathetic ashmag attacked me, envious of somebody else's fortune.
Pants like that one has replaced Jai's neck. It is merely one part of a massive augmentation replacing the internal organs. A slit throat could not have been the cause for installing such a sophisticated device. So she's lying.
All relationships are based on mutual trust.
I didn't even notice.
That goes for business too.
Her whole neck is metal. You can't see it because it fits into her uniform. But right there, it's all metal. It's an augment.
The youngest child is dead. All relationships are based on mutual trust. That goes for business too. The dark side is the real Keronis Expanse, if you ask me. But what do you want to know about it, Shireen? Dynasties drink with criminals. Rogue traders strike deals with the Casbalica. And dozens of ships stop off for a welcome break from a long voyage. Is there a more beautiful place in the entire Imperium? The Emperor is merciful to the meek and the powerful alike. There's a job for everyone as long as they have a head on their shoulders. And if you feel like talking to him in person, the statue of the Exalted One can be seen from any asteroid. You can pray to your heart's content. An ancient crime cartel that originated with the first settlers of the Calixis sector. It is run by shadowy clans with robber barons at the helm. Cross their path, and you risk making enemies all over the Coronis Expanse, or even the entire Imperium. As for the agents, they are just shameless, greedy scum.
Okay.
Every third person on Footfall is a Casbalican. But that doesn't mean all that rotten filth is acting together. I've been set up more than once just so some Casbalican can get one over on his rivals. And yet, the Casbalica is generous to its customers, if you can afford it. Anything can be obtained, organized, and transported for the right price. The customer is always right, unless they happen to be a rat. In which case...
You probably die. Mask briefly slipped, and she started using words that would have no place in the vocabulary summoned in the upper strata of Imperium.
What gave you such an outrageous idea? Was it my immaculate garment? My gorgeous jewelry? Do not worry, Shireen. I will let you know once I become a baroness, should the Exalted One will it. Just imagine the strong and fruitful alliance that could be forged between a rogue trader and a mastermind of the Casbalica.
Why? I mean, I guess at the end of the race, sometimes like crime syndicates, they're called like crime syndicates too because they operate or do things outside the like legality of their environment. Let's be honest, it's not like the Imperium is a very open-minded society in the first place.
It's not hard to do on Footfall. I spent a year working for good old Christo. He was a brave soldier who gave up the ghost in a scuffle with orcs, and then took over his business. Having a good head on your shoulders and keeping the Exalted One in your heart helps to establish new contacts quickly. Eventually, I gathered together a group of honest and loyal people, and it only took a few successful contracts for the Casbalica to take notice. I quickly settled on Footfall and started dispensing my wisdom to my protégés and subordinates. I lost the taste for getting my hands dirty. It really is simple, Shireen. The Casbalica runs the Imperium's black market, offering special goods to those who can afford their services. Yes, I am talking about Xeno artifacts too. Alien weapons, technology, sometimes even certain kinds of living creatures. Unlike the rogue traders whose sacred warrants make them immune even from the laws of the Exalted One, Casbalican agents are used to hiding and covering their tracks. Nobody wants to draw unwanted attention, no matter who might take an interest. Especially now that the Coronis Expanse has a warrior of the Golden Throne as its watchman. Why not? The decision is yours, Sherry. Listen, Shireen, the giver of happiness and the dearest of my friends. I am who I am. A cold trader, a Casbalican agent, and your partner. We each have a past, and that past is sealed. I'm not prying into your soul, am I? Well, have pity on mine. It has already been gnawed at by the Aji. And if you don't like the sound of that, we'll just go our separate ways. Deal? All relationships are based on me. My trade means knowing the right people and non-people. Having the right connections and making sure the precious goods find their way into the hands of my no less precious customers. My wisdom includes the knowledge of the enemies of humankind, be they Xenos or the lowest scum in the Imperium, as well as the latest knowledge about how much they charge for any particular curio at the Footfall Market. Not even the most cunning Aji will deceive you as long as I am with you, Shireen. I promise you that. Whatever I have can be yours too, if your unfathomable wealth isn't enough for you already, I mean. It has been known to happen. After years of dealing with Xenos, I've learned their customs, and even got a grasp of their language. Except they cringe whenever I start speaking. Arrogant sods. They dislike even our voices, but they never turn away our valuables. Then again, I'm used to seeing sour faces. In this trade, the easily offended go out of business. I have no doubt you will have to deal with Xenos sooner or later. When that time comes, Shireen, you will thank the Exalted One for sending me to stand at your side. Thank you, Shireen. Being able to read and write is chief among them. You may not be aware, but this science is beyond the abilities of billions of the Imperium subjects. And yet they happily keep drudging along in their factories, fundy, and assembly lines. Me? I didn't escape Ifrit to consign myself to such misery. It was literacy that paved my path to copied orders, forged signatures, counterfeited papers. The wonderful things that make the wheels of bureaucracy turn in the right direction.
When you're running into an illiterate group.
Compared to the rabble on Footfall, perhaps. Compared to you. Be it power or money, I still have a long way to go. I could purchase one of Footfall's asteroids, but not a planet. I could subjugate a few gangs from the shady districts, but not Vladium. And so the answer to your question is no. I do not consider myself rich. I am not rich enough. You're fun to talk. I grew tired of scribing endless contracts and agreements neatly tucked away on Footfall. Well, I did that for how many years? But here, among the stars, you are always balanced on a knife edge. Nothing thrills me more than the tension of a warp jump, or the danger that lurks around every corner on a planet. Footfall was beginning to make me fat and stupid, Shireen. I do not want that.
Making me fat and stupid.
Do I trust the Trickster twins? By the Exalted One, no. The underhanded rogues of Footfall came up with that name for a reason. The tricks of those frenzied ashmags are all about things far more intriguing than the honest and law-abiding subjects of the Imperium can imagine. On the other hand, this is why I am keeping them close. Kor and Tora know who lifted them out of the cesspit proudly called the Shadow Quarters, and who has been feeding that ravenous beast their insatiable lust for lucre. No, they are not going to betray me if only because they know I am now a part of your entourage, Shireen. They're not going to let the biggest pie in the Imperium pass them by without trying to get a slice for themselves.
What? I'm a piece of pie? What kind of pie would I be? Was upset at the idea, but now I'm thinking.
Vicious, cruel, dangerous beasts. Humans hold little interest for Xenos. We are entertainment for them, a means to keep boredom at bay. A commodity. But some of them contact us once in a while using their own people. Do not deceive yourself by thinking you are safe because there are no Xenos inside. Those Agi are as cunning as they are ruthless. They cleverly pull at the strings of spies and traitors, subjugate those who do not fall for the promised reward, transform the ones who resist their promises into soulless puppets. The Emperor watches over me, and that is why I still haven't succumbed to the fate of many of my associates who have lost their lives to the stringy scoundrels. I think we've said all there is to say on this topic. It is difficult not to be aware of the powers that be. Especially ones like Lord Captain Theodora. But we never met personally, as the difference between our positions was far too great. Theodora was a mighty ruler, the center of her own universe, and I, a pathetic speck, was nothing next to her. But you were kind to me, Shireen, and in my eyes, that puts you above your esteemed aunt, or whoever she was to you. Or lucky lady, you mean?
Oh.
My heart has been coveted by proud men with hard eyes, gentle maidens with sensual voices, imperious lords and fierce leaders of void brigands. Only rogue traders have not yet featured among Jai Hedari's intimate friends.
Whoa.
Why do you ask, Shireen? Oh, Shireen. With a few words, you have managed to make my heart flutter like a songbird caught in the snare of a skilled hunter.
Your daily...
You enjoy being with me. Perhaps you even find me... amusing? Every girl dreams of hearing that she will make a fine toy and a worthy diversion. I understand. I'm just having a little fun, Shireen. I can't possibly just say, oh, I like you too. Words as dry and dull as a voidsman's dinner.
That would be the simplest.
They are unworthy
the most
of us.
romantic. Little people don't realize how
If you are not
simplicity
simply
really
amusing
stuns
yourself by
the-
toying with my feelings, then why not give it a try? Go on. Or wait, you haven't yet asked how I feel about being your romantic partner. Ask soon, Shireen. I simply cannot reject so ardent an admirer. To insult such sincere passion would be a wicked act in the eyes of the exalted one. Savor the
With my
anticipation,
dazzling
Shireen.
one.
Wait, and do not lose confidence. But if the feelings in your soul have become a fire that is burning you up from within, then you may express them by bestowing a gift upon your humble servant. Is there a sweeter subject in the universe to discuss, Shireen? You have my full attention. Then let us both be silent. Argenta? What could be more beautiful than the sight of a sister of battle, whose mere presence casts light in the dark corners of lost souls such as mine? But alas, what remains of my sanity is telling me that poor Jai can only admire the radiance of this angel, forsaking any hope of ever touching her wings.
Oh, she's got a thing for Argenta.
The language on Ifrit, my home world, is quite different from the one spoken in the Keronis Expanse. We bestow more than one meaning upon each word, allowing our wise men to fully express their sagacious thoughts, and us lowly dabblers, our base passions and desires. Take Aji, for example. That is what I call every piece of scum and villain, because Aji means evil and foe and pathetic worm unworthy of consideration. Or take Ashmag. It means fool and little brother and blind man who stumbled and would fall into a pit without guidance. Shireen means friend and comrade and roommate in a battle formation, like we are. Oh, I have not.
Blaira. And out... Of course. Well, it would have to be something that screams, "Look how much the rogue trader loves me," in the faces of everyone she meets. Like a fabulous gown beyond anything that even the noble women of Dargonus can acquire. A princess of smugglers would love the opportunity to rub the nobility's noses in her newfound privileges. Of course.
All these people asking this is a bad idea.
Dumb it.
Mate.
Dan Rock, what's he got to say? I just bought her a ship. Bro, I just got her a ship. She is gonna lose her mind. Bitches, what up? Functioning as expected, no communication problems have been reported by any of the crew. Please allow me to check the system calibration settings in your presence to alleviate any concerns you have in the performance.
Lord Captain, your presence is welcome. And I wish to apologize for my prior coldness. After our first meeting, I was concerned that he would turn out to be another faithless offshoot of the von Valancius dynasty, like the traitor Conrad. But now I see before me a worthy leader and servant of the Imperium. I am glad to accompany you in your endeavors.
I wonder what made me worthy.
If such is the rogue trader's wish, although there isn't much I can tell, I am the Emperor's daughter and his servant. What else is there to know? Now that I can tell you. I come from everywhere and nowhere. I am the child of officers of the Imperial Guard. I was born in the hold of a warship, grew up following my parents' deployments from one planet to another, and lost my family in the flames of a righteous war. My memory is like wafts of smoke over a still battlefield. The gray of a ship's plating, the strict cadence of life in military camps. My mother's uniform. I loved looking at it. Then, that battle. The rumbling, the shouting, and the soot. The screams of soldiers burning alive, and the gold of the regiment's Aquila. Untouched by soot or blood. The last unsullied piece of a world that was going mad. That was my last memory of my mother, and of my former life. Before the Progenium and the novitiate. Before my trials. Before the vows.
It's not a great place, this orphanarium, or whatever they call it. The Progenium. It's a pretty brutal place.
My own relic. It's the regiment's Aquila. Or rather, the fragment that survived the attack, the explosions, and the fire. For me, it's a reminder that purity and radiance can be preserved, even in the heart of darkness. Become. It's such a strange word for it. It seems right, but is that how one talks about their destiny? If you're asking about the path itself, that's easy enough to answer. First, like many other orphans, I endured the Progenium. Those years were rough, but I remember the hardship fondly. Few things can compare with the feeling of satisfaction from a past trial, even if it leaves your body aching from exhaustion, or your soul wincing in pain. I was one of the best among my peers, and I was selected for the novitiate in the ranks of the Adeptus Sororitas. When the hour came, I passed the trials and took my vows. The most joyous day of my life. The Emperor's light has always been with me. But to accept it with all your heart, to utter the oaths, that is a rapture like no other. Have I ever... But that would be shameful weakness, almost heresy. Of course not. I was born for this. I live by the Emperor's will, and in his light, I myself am the light. I must be the light. For myself, and for those who ask for my protection. I was chosen to serve. But beyond that, I won't deny it. Few things elate me as much as the thought that the heretic felled by my... It is my pleasure to be... Of course, my mission is all I can think about. To find the way to the planet called Salus Prime. Saint Argenta is my patroness, and that is where her fallen ship is. And it must also be the resting place of her great relic, the One Star. Gladly. Listen. Long ago, there was a blessed world. Thousands of stars covered the sky there, so bright that its denizens hardly knew the darkness of night. Thousands of rivers nurtured the soil. Thousands of gardens bloomed every spring, and at every moment, thousands of prayers were flying into the clear air, thanking and praising the Emperor.
Oh.
But one day, the people learned the meaning of darkness. Like a storm, accursed heretics who had sold themselves to the archenemy descended upon the planet. Shells flew from the sky that desolated whole cities and burned the gardens and filled the riverbeds with the blood of the faithful. Smoke and soot swallowed the skies and the 1,000 stars that had once shone over the world. Among the handful of survivors was one orphan who had watched all her family die, and the garden she'd grown up in burned to ash. But in her heart, she knew the absolute truth. Just these 3 words. The Emperor protects. And knowing that, she never looked away from the black, terrifying, smoke-covered sky. There were no more bright stars to be seen, except for one. The one star. The bright star. The silver star shone in the sky. And when the orphan smiled at it, the one star fell right into her hands. All the faithful in every corner of the continent who saw the trail of the falling star recognized it as an omen and went looking for the place where it landed. And they rallied together. And with the light of the one star, they found their salvation. Yes, that was the beginning of her hagiography. It is known that she lived on a world where heretics staged a terrible insurrection. They wiped out all life on the planet, except those whom Saint Argenta managed to save with the one star, and with the strength of her faith.
I think it was a shuttle.
After that, she traveled between worlds gripped by turmoil on her ship, marked with a silver star, and brought hope to the faithful. Numerous accounts confirm this. Her coming helped people turn the tide of the war and wipe away corruption before the Imperium's main forces even arrived. Millions of people owed their lives to her, but the heretics, having realized their imminent defeat, sent the remnants of their forces after the ship with the Silver Star. It fell from the skies onto an obscure world. There are no definitive records of how old Argenta was at the time. In some chronicles, she's even called the Child Saint, but their credibility is questionable. Either way, she didn't live long, but she left a bright trail in her wake, like a falling star. If I only knew. Neither the hagiography nor the legends give a straight answer. Classical iconographers believed that the star turned into a banner woven from silver thread, which, when brought onto the battlefield, would shed light that blinded only heretics, but did no harm to the faithful. Most of them portrayed Saint Argenta as a girl carrying this banner. Others think that upon falling from the sky, the one star became a holy chainsword, which Argenta later used to strike down monsters and enemies of the Imperium. In some of the earlier engravings, Argenta is depicted wearing power armor with a silver star on her chest. One theological theory suggests that this armor was, in fact, the relic. Some even think that the one star is actually the ship on which Argenta traveled.
It's probably more likely what it was.
I feel that my undertaking will be fulfilled when I find the answer that has eluded the Ecclesiarchy for millennia. I pray we find the way to Salus Prime soon. The ruinous powers must be aligned against us. They stand in the way of faith. One day we will reach Salus.
Words cannot describe how boring the bridge is. Reading Xenos' colors has always been a grueling challenge for me. The boundless palette of colors Iliad emanates is too painful to look at. Her hues are bright, blinding, unnatural, and very, very dangerous, Lord Captain. I would never entrust my safety to a being that screams so loudly and clearly of its alienness to human perception.
Weird.
Jai is like a gem. The brighter people shine around her, the clearer her faces reflect a myriad of colorful gleams. They are all parts of Jai, but no single one of them is her. I cannot discern her. I have enjoyed...
Is that snake venom seeping from your lips? We, the children of Azurian, are no strangers to the art of war. We are not raiders, or butchers, or least of all, fools. When a craft world is beset by calamity, its inhabitants do not start a war with every monkey in the sector. If you are looking for enemies, look for them elsewhere. It is a mystery as inscrutable as the sigh of the last immortal, as deep as the waters of a dark ocean. And I can tell you little, for I was far away, on a mission with my unit. We returned at the appointed hour, but we did not find Kruderach in its celestial harbor. It happened many journeys ago, or standard years, as you say. But I remember that moment as if it happened this very day. The memory of a loss is always stronger than the memory of a gain, especially when you lose something as significant as a home, or an entire world. We searched, we called out, we looked everywhere, but we saw only emptiness and the echo of calamity. Countless days passed before I found myself on the Lilithon and met some of my kin. Those refugees who had barely managed to reach our ancestral planet. Their stories were far from being the fruit of truth I so badly craved. Those who agreed to talk to me were few, for most saw me as a wayward daughter who had spurned the honorable paths. And they would not stop babbling about the terrible disease that spread black tendrils of pain over the paths of the Infinity Circuit and deadened our world one segment after another. The ones who survived fled in fear and wandered between the stars, until the Lilithon's warm light reached out to some of them. Some, like Muaran, lay the blame entirely on Monkey. However, I do not know the truth, but I hope, oh, I desperately hope and pray to the gods that someday it will be revealed to me. Is idle curiosity a defining feature of the Monkey? Or are you trying to learn about the weaknesses of my people so you can destroy another world of the children of Asurion? Forgive me, Elentark, but I am not ready to immerse you in the font of my people's deepest mysteries. Kruderach cannot be described in your language. It can only be sung, encased in a filigree of sounds, a melody as complex and delicate as the Infinity Circuit, its energy network. It can be seen in the golden hues of sunlight, felt in the breath of celestial winds. Though it was an artificial world, it was just as alive as any real planet. But I must see clearly, not only light, but also shadows. I yearned. Is idle curiosity a defining feature of the Monkey? Or are you I am afraid your life is too fleeting, and your memory too feeble to encompass the entirety of my knowledge. My people ruled the stars when yours did not even have a name. But many of our songs and stories were lost, stolen by she who thirsts. I can tell you the children of Asurion lived, created, caressed the stars as if they were pearls on a string, until Cylon Thresh smothered our empire in her terrifying embrace. Different branches of the Eldari chose different paths to salvation. My ancestors chose an eternal journey through the starry void, living on craft worlds instead of real planets. We rescued countless wonders from the days before, but far from all. You saw this on the Lilithon. Not even we can always master the gates our ancient ones built. This is the story of the Azuriani. There are branches that chose a different path, gruesome and frightening,
but I do not wish to tell you about them. That is our dark side, just as your kin have many dark sides of their own. Why ask this question? Is it idle curiosity, or something else? Do not turn your thoughts towards Cylon Thresh, whatever your motive.
Cylon Thresh.
She is downfall. She is hunger. She is the enemy of all that is good in the universe. She is an enemy to the Eldari, and I hope to you as well. We are as different as starlight and its as you wish, Elontark. What do you wish to talk about? The children of Asurian sought shelter on the Lilithon after the demise of our craft world, our Cruderock. I arrived later, looking for traces of my kin and hoping to learn the fate of my world. They witnessed the baneful ignorance of your breed and began to weave a web of their own intrigues in which I played the role of Vistenza Viat's aide. And then you appeared. I followed my path. The first path I walked was... It feels like I am in the belly of a bird with steel wings. Cold and unliving, but stubbornly blazing through the dark. It lacks life with its light and beauty, but... although your vessel cannot even remotely be compared to a craft world, I feel strangely satisfied. We, the Asuriani, are born and dwell on craft worlds. To find myself on a moving world again, even one such as yours, is a source of much joy.
Yeah, she's probably really used to like Mago City.
The words of truth sound like music. This is what our people say. I refuse to discuss this with a monkey. We are but traveling companions who happen to be following the same road among the stars. The Lilithon is purifying herself of the corruption brought by the servants of Cylon Thresh. Gardens and birds, animals and people. Many are gone forever, and even more are corrupted beyond healing. But the Lilithon is stronger. This world will live. My kin are probably still looking for a means to enter the webway. May the Lilithon spirit aid them in this endeavor. Beyond the gate lies salvation, and perhaps even knowledge about the fate of Cruderock and the remaining survivors.
Maybe.
The outcasts my path led me to had a saying. Let me translate it for you. If you fall off a cliff, grab the roots and do not ask if they belong to a weed or a noble rosebush. You are the root I grabbed, Elontark, because I fell off a cliff. My homeworld is gone. My kin are either dead or hiding no one knows where. By joining forces with you, I may be able to nurture a seedling of the truth I so deeply yearn for.
To what do I owe this visit?
Lord Captain? Lord Captain.
See what Pascal's got to say.
The Omnissiah knows all. Culprit, I have destroyed it. This statement is true. I am yet to settle into a definitive course of action. I am running a spot diagnostic on the memory of the heretic Demens. Even though purity protocols stipulate that his blasphemous knowledge must be eradicated, I am not drawn toward forbidden information, but only to data concerning the blessed Amonats. The success has been partial. Demens Haneman's identity has been confirmed. The widespread influence of paranoid motivations is observable in his cognitive processes, which is what seems to have caused him to break his vows. However, extensive regions of his memory have been damaged by forbidden technologies and are, for now, defying decryption. An echo of the warp. Energies of the immaterium that had seeped into real space and taken the shape of a Vox signal. I have found recorded cases of similarly induced corruption in the archive. Listening to the void is a perilous occupation. The quest for knowledge is our mission of highest priority. But what Demens promised was not knowledge, but the data discovered is unreadable. It is encrypted, albeit only partially, and I hypothesize that the heretic Demens was attempting to decrypt it. I will take every effort to extract a larger volume of data. Information pointing to the unit referred to as the Maimed Hunter is alleged to be of critical significance. Response? Affirmative. The decryption will continue with diligence and caution. This statement is true. Algorithmic violations have been recorded, as a result of which I twice performed an offering to the cogitators of corrective data vows and ruled out the possibility of sabotage.
Cogitators,
I hypothesize that the violation is a consequence of the discontent of the ship's machine spirits. I recommend a procedure of placation of the honored spirits for the glory of the Omnissiah and the steel angels sent by him. May your labors...
The whole Omnisire thing, man.
May the Exalted One protect you. Oh.
Lord Captain, permission to address you with a request. Our head, Carogian is sabotaging the ship's operation. He has quarantined several Voidsman's crew on the account of a piddling sickness. People don't even go to the med bay when they come down with it. Knows and keep working. Only a dozen or so die from it in a whole year. We're sitting on our hands here, so I have to ask you to talk some sense. What? Lord Captain, I bring dire news. The feud has broken out between the clans that maintain the Void Shield Array. Rumor has it that Lady Theodora was seen on the lower decks, and so one of the families called for a rebellion against the usurper of the Void Ship. This time we were dealing with inexplicable temperature fluctuations. Thermal controls failures were observed not only in the individual compartments, but even in the soldiers' protective equipment. Several crew members have suffered from burns and frostbite. The tech priests performing the rites of the machine spirits pacification remain convinced that the issue was caused by the spirits' obstinacy and defiance. The report claims that the incident will remain within the yeah, don't fucking tell me you're gonna whip yourself. Tell me what the fuck is going on. What is it representing? Like the blood of the mutant deaths are on my hands or something? Like I don't get it. It's a lot of blood, by the way. All right, fair enough. Yeah, let's solve it. Do you think so little of me that you would rob me of a chance to defend my honor? You know, I'm about to preside over a crime. Like, this game's so good. The writing is so good. I know I'm not talking a lot. I've been reading most of the time, but whatever. Chilling. These people are all bloodthirsty. We are still looking into the man's identity and position, but the Churagon's report has confirmed that among all the blood that was pumped into your bath chamber, the blood-carrying mutation was indeed his. They have all been checked for genetic aberration. I've read the fictionalized account of your deeds. Touched by the Emperor himself. Here you go. I signed this old book about me. That's cute. Nothing loosens the tongue like corporeal punishment, beatings, mutilations, tortures when combined with psychological pressure, such as methods of Jesus. These methods may be brutal, but their effectiveness. Nah, dude, they've proven tortures and beatings don't work. Well, this is a fake show. This is a fake universe of magic, but fuck. Been breeding like void rats, so they're getting cocky. Must have waited to infect your lordship with the plague. Continual drown in blood, insurgents pride themselves on such metaphors. I think it meant that, like, the mutant's blood was on my hands or something. I mean, it was in my wash. Like, I mean, I guess you could metaphorically say that you would drown in blood. It is the bathtub. Genevieve looks at Klein with sympathy. She clearly cares about him. Contemptuous smirk while Klein scowls back at him in a heartbroken. It must be a love triangle. Bag of corruption wrapped in human skin, extra organ scales. One involving Saint Quarine, who was granted a portent of enemies hiding among the faithful. When Quarine prayed to the Emperor for a sign that might reveal the traitors, the raven's feather burst out of her mouth to inscribe the names of conspirators. Only someone versed in the symbology of the Imperium could have left such a message. Huh. Amasek, what is that? It's alcohol. I just need to make sure. Wardens are a worker clan of services of ship sewer systems. Tattoo indicates that the worker status and personal number. This one was. Oh shit, he worked in the shitters. Shit, maybe we should have looked for, like... Well, there's blood everywhere all the time, you know? Tech priest Advo Pi, she believes that she has the right to obstruct the investigation and refuses to grant enforcers access to master congregator. When quick to anger, it therefore calls for sensitive approach, not a torturous intrusion. Cut off his hands. Wait, was someone hacked the system? He died. He was servicing valve 2B27B, which supplies water to the rogue trader's bath chambers. He was also had a partner who had yet to appear to duty since it's occurred. Pip Warden, no registered infractions, excellent discipline, perfect work record, exemplary servant of the Imperium. And several of his fingers are broken and sticking out at odd angles. He stares vacantly into the distance with watery eyes. Start talking, you miserable wretch. You tried to kill Lord Captain, didn't you? What's this heretical brand's cultist scum? It was me. I tried to put a curse on Lord Captain. I killed my partner in wicked ritual. Rubbed elbows with them demons, consorted with them all to carry out a dark plot and doom the Lord Cap. Wait, what the fuck? Theatrical. I think it's horror. portico is or whatever. Proud and self-important, Genevieve is biting her nail as if hesitant to say anything. Sorrow back is observing the worker in silence, apparently snuck deep in thought. Klein merely stands still with a distrustful grimace on his face. Other than Hokora, no one else seems to believe that you are looking at the real culprit. The Hame of Terra. First thing in the morning. With insidious rabble, the idleness and avarice of scum on the lower decks breeds heresy, especially during warp travel, and people start carving signs onto themselves and praying to all sorts of things. The circle with 8 arrows is more common than any other symbol, but I've never seen this variation before. What the fuck? Her later. I will handle the search of Gwendon myself. Yeah, sorry, I'm not really talking. Probably should. It's in my head. And I'm not willing to explain what has just happened. what we have here is a liar and a well-coached one at that. He will never confess on his own. What do you suggest? I could probably have solved this case myself with the crew, with the retinue, but the thing is, I'm thinking like the ship needs people to like. You need to be able to get these guys to do shit their own. I think that the game understands that too. You can't solve everything yourself, so you got to train them to do things your way. This is how you do it. Partner, we were given a fool who thoroughly incriminated himself first before admitting the captain had put him up. It was Genevieve. weird. Servant of Death commanded. She said the Emperor gave the first spinner a sign. I was wondering if it was the spinners. Lordship should be bathed in the blood of poor Orto, my partner, and I. Well, he goes, I was scared, so I obeyed. He leads the death cultists, the lot who worship the Emperor by killing. Finish hunt that. Why couldn't this have happened before I made my choice? What the fuck? And I didn't know he was a mutant. Orto and I always got along, and even if he wasn't much of a talking, he shrugs. A servant of death came from the darkness, ended him quickly but harshly. She bled him dry and put a black feather in his throat. She told me to pump blood into the pipes, and then she left. I wanted to confess, but I was afraid. Your lordship, if I may ask, what happens to me now? I never meant to anger you. I thought I was doing as the Emperor willed it, but here we are. I'm a civil man. I know pipes, and I know them a lot better than a lot of these people's business. My eyes aren't what they used to be, but I can't still smell rust and metal. here's the problem. Even the chaos god that lived in your in the back because you got corrupted by like a relic of some sort back before you started the game, right? Like your old history. Even tells you how close the web spinners are to being agents of chaos. They are literally on the knife's edge, figuratively and literally. And it's like they just continue to do shit that like just that the web winners sitting there doing an investigation trying to figure out who the fuck did this, and it was the web spinners. I just sensed the lady to die. Only mortals are they who read the signs, they who interpret. Oh no, this is not good. Oh, that's right. I told him to stop killing my people. Fuck, good, that's a good point. We need to find that clean that motherfucking shit. Well, yeah, of course, yeah, that's stupid. It sounds like Weiss has done it before. I don't want to put Pedro through it, and I don't want to do the ritual. I don't want it to destroy the ship. It's ridiculous.
Elantark. The minions of She Who Thirsts could sense my soul behind the thick walls and thin veil that separate your fragile lives from the roiling fury outside. A child of Asurian that dared to wander beyond the veil, within the reach of an outstretched claw, protected only by the barrier of unreliable monkey technology. It is too tempting a quarry for the monsters that serve Cylon Thresh. Our ships never venture beyond the veil, and I never traveled the way you do, monkey. Elantark, I admit this was a novel experience. I lost composure, let dismay into my heart, and almost strayed from the path. This moment of hesitation drew the attention of She Who Thirsts. But I summoned my will and used the knowledge of meditation to achieve balance, and hide my soul behind an impenetrable wall of resolve. Future journeys beyond the veil will still be difficult, but I will steel my heart and not let the hounds of Cylon Thresh pick up my scent ever again.
to the. It's really unfortunate, man.
May the Exalted One protect. Oh, I have not.
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. May
Dumb. May the
She had nothing to say about it.
To what do I owe this visit?
Healing, however, I spend most watches listening to patients about their many qualms, managing Durham medicine officers, dividing. Feels a little nurgly. You'd rather converse with pestilence than people. A little nurglish feeling. Reported that I managed to cure someone who was considered doomed, not because of their illness, but because of certain self-important priests that tried to cure them. The pair failed. After I put him to shame, he started spreading rumors, and I owe my skill to the influence of the ruinous power. Wait, what? Oh. Neither can one deny the fact that miracles are rare and the belief that prayer can relive a person's illness. Relieve. He simply doesn't waste his time. Just comes to pick ointments and that's it. He's probably learned. He's probably learned not to talk though.
Greetings.
Words can do. I have enjoyed.
Montag, yeah. Okay. That seems fucked up. Dead, Gem. I see. I don't have to spend the points. Sure.
Please spare me a brief moment of your time, Elantak.
Of course.
Azurion knows that I do not care about the curious glances of Monkey. I grew inured to them back in the blossoming gardens of the Lilithon. They curse me from afar. They follow my every move. They ward themselves against me. Let them. After all, what can be done with such weak-minded, primitive creatures? And still, one monkey stunt has caused the cup of my patience to spill over. She dared to approach me, to speak to me, and touching my hand, she suggested that we withdraw somewhere private. She wanted Morag.
Wanted to fuck.
The mere memory of it stirs up a tempest in my soul.
Oh, girl, it's all. Oh, she's offended. I get it. I'm like. I wouldn't mind going somewhere private with you either. That would really piss her off if I said that. Let's see what happens.
The rotting core spells doom for the whole.
He didn't like it.
Now I can see where the ugly nature of your servants originates.
Oh, damn.
There is no sense in discussing this with you any further. For the minuscule
All right, I fucked. My bad. Yeah, it's been a while. Holy shit. How far back did I have to go? I kind of take my time though, so. Was autosave from what? What? I didn't even create routes, so it means I haven't even. I need to save more often, man. Fuck's sake.
Elantark. The minions, our ships never.
All right, I'd rather just do all this shit all over again.
To what do I owe this visit?
May the exalted one. Oh.
Rip. Smoke him, we got him. Was it? Yeah, and then I think. If I had access some more extractums, I'd probably do it, but I don't. Oh, he's his pet. This got fucked up. Or she's his pet.
Please spare me. And still. Try to imagine, Elantark, being lusted after by a wild beast.
I guess it does make sense. It is kind of a foul thing, a friend to her situation. Well,
disgusting.
Beast, but
so vile that it makes your very soul shudder.
so I don't have a chance either then?
I accept your words, Elantark. And still. No. Your kind, simple souls and narrow minds are the root of all these flaws.
Yeah, we're bastards.
Narrow minds and simple souls. Every day, I feel as if I am caught in a trap, surrounded by a pack of wild animals. I am prepared to pay this price to find my kin, but everything has its limit.
Stop insulting human race.
I have walked the path of awakening, Elantark, and learned to see that which is hidden and hear that which is unspoken. When I found myself on the Lilithon, I watched your kind long enough to understand the true nature of Monkey. I do not think you can tell me anything I do not already know. Nevertheless, I will not protest. Conversations with you are the only thing on this ship that can ease my solitude. Had any of them wished to understand my nature, they would have already run away in fear from one who walks the path of the outcast. But they are just trying to provoke me, hurt me. No. Monkey are driven by their instincts. To survive, to breed, to ensure the preservation of their species and the annihilation of those who threaten them. It is neither good nor bad. It was emotions that once brought down my kind, Elantark. toppling us from our pedestal as rulers of the galaxy. Indulging your weaknesses or whims does not make your species any more attractive. Elantark, please understand that I do not find Monkey attractive. The mere thought of being intimate with one of your kind.
Whatever. Tis your preference, madam.
Our conversation has only proved my point, Elantark. That Monkey and the children of Azurian are as different as night and day. Eldari do not simply see the world differently. They see more than any monkey can ever comprehend. What do I see? Your words ring with the desire to know the soul of another. But will you be able to comprehend my answer? I will need time to put the entire truth of this world into the meager language to which your ears are accustomed. When I find my answer, I will pay you a visit.
Very good, madam. Then you shall hang out with me thusly. Sorry, I forgot I should be on the other side. Right side. There I am. You gotta wake yourself up before you go. Hanging on yourself like a yo-yo. Yo. Put this up a little bit. Gross. Also, kind of look sickly. I'm very pale. The curse of red hair, the skin is so fair. I know rhymes. Okay, I can do them periodically. Oh, what's the news, Vidges? Son of a bitch. I got 3 though, I could beeline right to it. Epsilon. I need to like, yeah, Karnak and Epsilon, and then this needs to be connected to Mundus Delancius. You'd think they'd create web charters. I know that sounds kind of weird, but like after the web storm comes or something, you'd have people you'd pay to go chart all over again and shit. It'd probably get down to like a skilled practice. That'll take 3. And this will take 3, so I'll take 6 total. And that's to give it like, oh, you gotta Well, no, more than that. It'll take 612. I need 12 to create the like safe webway between them. Take a lot. Six plasteel. What do you say? Riven worlds contain extremely rare metals and minerals, but it appears someone has beaten us to it in this case. Someone's was already mining. I do think 6 is pretty decent. The cold, windy planet is covered with a raging sea of mustard gray gas, so tall it reaches the average human's waist. The monotony of endless steppe is occasionally broken by chains of murky green lakes, but the auger crew spots a far more interesting anomaly, a scar running several dozen kilometers deep, splitting the world's equator in two. The crew intercepts a faint signal coming from one of the labor settlements in the deep chasm. Vessel for a winter scale ship. One was due to arrive 9 cycles ago. The foreman grimly reports over the weak channel that the adamantium ore deposits on the world are nearly depleted and that the planet will be fully mined out in less than a decade. With some difficulty, he picks up enough words to understand that the ship in orbit belongs to another rogue trader's house, then awkwardly apologizes and falls silent. At some point, the connection cuts off completely. You leave the foreman and his prospectors to await his real master. Oh, I see. All right. Let's go check out this ship. The main thing is to reestablish connection with our your sighted ship hovering over a void station. The vessel bears no identifying marks, but the craft swarms the station belongs. Shit.
The whispers sound distant. The future is uncertain.
attack mode! Leave their hull strewn across the stars! Onward! Fire right now! Time has come! Macro cannons, volley! Fire the lance batteries. Leave their hull strewn across the stars! Another salvo! Macro cannons, volley! Lay in the course. This one's going down. Leave their hull strewn across the stars. Fire right now!
Right in the middle.
The time has come. Leave her hull strewn across the stars. Set the course. Fire right now! Lay in the course. Fire the lance battery.
Nice. I'm not done.
A worthy deed!
Nice. Oh, hold on. V. There we go. Let's repair. $115. Just straight up better. Oh, they all leveled. such an annoying. I have to keep like every day. I'll get tired of dealing with this eventually. I actually don't know how it ended up being. Like, I don't get it. Like works everywhere, but this spot is crazy. Yeah, it like works perfectly everywhere else. Maybe it's just because this is pretty up. Just like nothing for it to grab onto. Yes, Dave.
I won't tolerate weakness. I won't heed your cries of mercy.
Oh,
bleed you dry.
Don't get too cocky. I'd never fight fair.
All too easy. Absolutely not.
Hold on.
High momentum.
Let's get to it. Let's get to it. Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Time to slaughter someone.
I am I hear you moving. No more.
Damn! What was the command again? Right. My little whisper told me it's a great idea. I'm not so sure. Quiet, Whispers. It's my toy, and I'm gonna control it myself.
Out of my way.
Death comes in silence, as honesty brings me no pleasure. As come, the other side awaits. The shadows will step is a blessing. I would that I could.
I'm a navigator, not a servitor.
Damage is negligible. As the tactical imperative dictates.
I know what I'm doing, usually.
I don't have time for this. Not opposing me was your biggest mistake.
Rejoice in battle! Faith is eradicated. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act.
This tedium is beneath me. I move swiftly to strike. The soul slips beyond the veil.
Cover me!
Let's make it quick.
Let thy blade be drenched in blood and thy blessing flow through my veins. I shall not fail. This goes against the tenets. Trust me. As the tenets demand, killing brings me no pleasure.
Nice. Lot of people just deciding to fight for loot. This game is so crazy, man.
It's about time.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Guess there's nothing really special about the place. The fact that I was able to go through this little secret hole, though, that's an interesting thing. I bet I can't dismantle some of this technology, man. I can use it.
None shall stand in my way.
So I have a choice. I can, well, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna like jump these two, but I could travel back to this one and then spend the money or the resource to jump here, or I could save this resource and stockpile it while I'm bouncing my way through. I think I'll choose that one.
Shireen, there you are. I've been waiting for you. Sating a hunger greater than any bodily appetite. My curiosity. You see, a person's face, their clothes, their manner is all just a mask. Smoke from the lips of a fire breather designed to hide the truth. But the contents of chests and cupboards, they are the reflection of the soul, in which the wise can glimpse another's heart. I have been wondering what kind of person you truly are. Rash, Shireen, and careless. Aren't you forgetting that I'm a smuggler, an unscrupulous cold trader? What if I've stolen something? You really ought to
Oh, she did
search
say
me.
she'd show up eventually.
How else am I to prove my innocence, Shireen? Keep going, Shireen. You will strike lucky yet. I love the gift, Shireen. Everything the rogue trader desires.
Oh, I bought her a ship.
My heart was overwhelmed with your passion.
That's good.
Now I'll forever crave to feel it again, Shireen.
Oh, little baby cherub. Plus, Jay's been carved into the night. She's a scamp. Leaving her mark everywhere. There you go. Paint my picture. A new picture of me. Nice. I'll take it. Thank you. Little baby cherub. Let's see what Hendrix will say. Sorry. wanted to drown me. Not good. Pascal. Why have you climbed into my bathtub? He's like, fine, he can swim. See what your lens says. It's just funny. Is it bug? I almost didn't see where she was. There she is. She's right there. I think it's bug. It's bug. We got him. That was pretty fun, man. They were playing a drinking game. It was long overdue. Get all that content. All of it out of the way. Not even out of the way. Enjoyed, I'd say. All right. strange and frightening discovery was made at one of the sites on the frozen world. Countless human bodies suspended in clear ice of the glacier. Oh shit. You know, I was thinking maybe I was going to and I forgot. Because there was another planet that had 6 on there and I felt like that would have been better. We'll put, it's kind of a waste, but at least it puts... Oh, speaking of... Lord Captain, the tech priests have made a sinister discovery on Kiva Gamma, a blasphemous machine built at the behest of a wicked Cuber Delphim. The mechanism is capable of picking up the worshippers of the warp. It also occasionally transmits a discordant biheric melody to nowhere in particular, but no encrypted data or any other threads have been detected. Effects of sorts. By defying the dictums of the Omnisire and venturing into a perilous field of experimenting with warp technology, it is dangerous knowledge, but the ancient and incredibly complex box core of the mechanism is much older than Delphim. He was probably found it here and made use of it on his own ends. Can reap benefits from this heretical machine. Our trained acolytes are able to carry out vigil near it, carefully listening to the dark whispers of the spirits of the immaterium without succumbing to their corruption. We could discover their plans and warn the rogue trader whenever the threat would loom over their domain. We summon the most zealous preachers who could dedicate their lives in zeal to reading the litany of fury and rage to this machine. Heavens of the warp, hear our voices and fear us. Dude, I think it's a little weird that they're okay with sacrificing souls for this thing. I don't understand. Like, they're using the... It's so crazy. I have fidgets in front of me that I fuck with a lot. If that's what you're wondering why I look down a lot. That's why I look down a lot. Say what? Yes. They all want to use the weapon. Oh, some of them. complacency is like how much they like you, apparently. It's what I looked up. So I figured I'd give Adeptus Mechanicus the Forge World because I think it's because the reason why is because there are Adeptus Mechanicus already on that planet. And it was supposed to be their kind of their turf to begin with. Go back. Promethium. Okay. Oh, these don't get blocked. I see. It'll tell you the expense, right? So like you keep, like for example, if you look at these, expense would be it blocks the other two projects. So now that we have the Adeptus Mechanicus here, I wonder if that's what it does. Then it adds other projects. No, I don't think that's how it works. It didn't do that the other one. Chapel of okay, because this will help me keep an eye out on things I need. Only the revered and marvelously equipped temples of the Adeptus Mechanicus earn the right to become chapels of the enumeration. My bad. Underneath their majestic vaults, cyber theurges exercise devastation, wrecking digital rakshas, while dead smiths awaken the spirits of blessed conjugators and arithmetical litig. Jeez, Lamese, man. Yeah. Alright, I have some, and I kind of wish I hadn't. Well, the wish is irrelevant. We'll go over here. Like, just to have some on the field, you know? Call it for majestic steel monstrosities, all crushing mountains, mobile. Oh shit! Here it is. Greater than 5. Wait, less than 2 or equal than 5. Wait, needs to be greater than or equal to 5. I think that's what that is. And it replenishes. How often? Like 5 jumps, it says. Ten equals 1 to 3 warp jumps to. Oh, and your efficiency matters with that too. I see. So this is really good. I want to get my hands on this. So what we need to do is look for efficiency. Flawless servitors. Efficiency needs to be higher. Blocks. Vigil of the tech guards. Kneva, they offered to enter into a solemn alliance with the House von Valancius under terms an ancient workshop preserved by Lady Theodora's order will become the site of a Praetorius Scitarius, a factory which would produce the invincible tech guards. Oh, that's crazy. Oh, music ended. Okay. Oh, I don't know how to read it. So this playlist is apparently a day long. That's wild. The motor force is life. It's sufficiently advanced and well defended to have the honor of hosting an electro priest monastery, lighting up the sky with a mighty magnetic radiance and formidable power complex will pour thousands of gigawatts of blessed motor force on the planet's manufactorium. Nice. I could definitely go for that. Let's execute this. Phlogiston. Oh shit. I'm out of phlogiston. Clay, steel, and adamantium. Bro, this is a pretty cool game. Like, it's simplicities, but I like it, man. I really do. I'm digging it. Exhalation has landed on the world's surface. The tech priest graciously informed the authorities that they had taken control of nearby manufacturers in order to perform the rites of shape maintenance and made servitors of the work units deployed there. The servitors of the Omnisci request enormous quantities of priceless materials without saying a word as to the purpose of their visit or the details of their mission. Their gratitude for the assistance and vaguely promised a reward commiserate to the planetary authorities. Taker authorizing the production of war machines. Amid the solemn flickering of lumens, fierce machine spirits of battle tanks, armored transports, and artillery cannons will awaken carve. Oh my god, dope. Alright, and then this one, okay, this one requires us to do the Vigil of Tech Guards copy, and then this one requires us the Flawless Servitors. The Magos Melodler is proposing a massive tectonic plate detonation to awaken the planet's great volcanoes. Smelting shops housed inside these flaming vents can produce plasteel of incredible purity. The earthquakes, tectonic instability, and ash clouds that will forever envelop the sky are a small price to pay. Holy shit. Armored prowl feature. I get efficiency if I go for this, but I already need efficiency. And then if I go Infernal, it gives efficiency apparently to air. Wait, I messed that up. Which one does? I think the flawless servitor does. Global efficiency. Bros, bro. Iconoclast, interesting. A hospice for servitors will provide care for out of order automatons to the utter bewilderment of the Adeptus Mechanicus. They don't understand why you're helping out. Like, it's like a way to fix machines, isn't it? Efficiency, here's one. All right, we just need more resource. Oh, it's yeah. If I had the resources, I could build another copy. When the rogue trader's ship approaches the Adeptus Mechanicus void station, it is met with hostile scrutiny of the station's defense lasers, and Explorator introduces himself. Service 42 disproportionately requires how the station can be used to the rogue trader. Transhumanium elements to the Adeptus Mechanicus? Do they need that? Oh, they needed fuel. Oh, I had tons of fuel. By all means, friends. Upon consolidating data from the station's main congregator, as for research. Oh, I should ask that first. Alright, fair enough. We'll save first. Lord Captain, we have an Imperial Navy squadron preparing to engage a pirate mod. The forces of both flotillas are comparable. Do you wish to intervene? Hailing the commander of the Imperial Navy forces. Who are you trying to kill out there? I'm hailing the commander or the gang boss or whoever it is. Trade your void. We attack the Imperial Navy from the rear. I fight for freedom. Usretia van der Roysen. Uh-oh. I think Roysen is somebody. I think one of the... Yeah, whatever.
The litany of ordnance rings out across our decks.
hear their dying pleas in the void.
This is a really big battle, space battle, and a lot of ships.
Oh, the glory of the
Holy
Imperium!
fuck, that ship is dope. Glory for the Imperium indeed, sir.
Macro cannon!
Miss.
Volley! Another salvo!
Lance.
Set the course. This one's going down. Macro cannon!
Burn in
Volley!
the fires of retribution!
Capital.
A barbaric display. I'm surprised we survived.
Nice. The boarding party has captured Van der Royson. Perhaps the poor girl was simply fallen bad under bad influences, so I will personally see to her re-education. She's mine. You want her? Then go get her. I just threw her out the airlock. I've already lost too much by chasing her, and I will not fight a rogue trader. Good day to you. Damn. So what'd you make of the broadcast? Me and Jai apparently were hanging out and there was a broadcast. Extraordinary, your lordship. Fucking meta recording.
Lord Captain. Lord.
I mean, you certainly do run into a lot of incidences. Well, I don't actually know how often time-wise, but I myself found a victim to her attack. Hawk shot over my Victorium in my treasury. Will accept the gifts. She admits if you don't rein her in, she'll take whatever she wants. Little pervert. Well, goddamn Dan Rock. Oh, this is for the ship. Valley littered with thousands of animal skeletons. Augur data suggests that some kind of sleeping gas vents here. It's likely animals either don't realize that they are headed for a deadly trap or even come here to die on purpose. Marines have detected wreckage in the void ship vicinity, but the exact nature of the wreckage remains unclear. The Auger crew reports that it has registered no evidence of a disaster that could have ever produced such debris. Some of the wreckage is made of plasteel and rests of some unknown material. Studying the fragments further is nigh impossible due to severe corrosive damage. What was that? Our ship remains, but there's no... Lord Captain, the Auger crew has spotted a large fleet dead ahead. The derived signature of the enemy fleet matches that of the Heartless. The escort ships are sticking to it like flies on. Anyway, what are your orders? The enemy frigate is heavily armored and boasts a freighter large bay, which has sure won't be empty. As long as the escorts are around to defend it, trying to board the vessel will be a death sentence. My advice is take them out first, then attack the Heartless itself. Once the frigate is damaged, we can lose it aboard. The illustrious rogue trader has arrived at last. Let me guess, you'll now graciously offer me one chance to surrender? Read the criminal his verdict. I will grant you a swift death if you lay your weapons. Brew me some recap and wipe down the captain's throne after you vacate it. I'll be there shortly. Read this. Whatever. Hands on the tide and escape justice. The mighty past sentence is here.
The skeins of fate can lead us to victory.
Fire the lance batteries! Leave their hulls strewn across the stars! Onward! Another salvo! Leave their hulls strewn across the stars!
That's pretty cool.
Lay in the course. Lead them! Fire! Right now! Macro cannons, volley! Another salvo!
Get the fuck out of here with that.
This one's going down! Fire right now! Fire the lance batteries. Macro cannon, volley! Set the course. Another salvo! Leave their hulls strewn across the stars! Macro cannons, volley! the course. Lead them.
Fate has provided an opening.
Victory is ours.
Nice. Heartless Gallerfield generators cooked, so no warp diving for them now. We set off fireworks for the primary drive too. The rust bucket isn't going anywhere. We can begin the assault on the ship right away, but experience tells me this will go a lot smoother if we deliver just a couple more precious strikes. How about we flatten a few heretics between the bulkheads and make the fighting easier? Mind you that the Heartless has been promised to you as spoils. Every new blow of the ship will also be a blow to the Dynasty's treasure.
I'll ram a box down your throat next time. Yes, this area is clear.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Follow my lead. A new challenge for me?
This Explorator is blessed with multifunctionality. grants me insight. My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Nothing escapes my sight.
While perusing the Lord Captain's library, I discovered the memoirs of the greatest quartermaster who has ever served the Von Valancius dynasty, Silverto de Iono. His sly tactics will be of great help to us during this boarding operation.
Forgive my bluntness, Lady Cassia, but there is not a book in existence that can describe the full spectrum of things that typically go wrong on a boarding mission. It is better that you rely on my practical experience instead.
The insight. My success is an irrefutable certainty.
I won't tolerate weakness.
This Explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
Join me in prayer.
I align my path with yours. For now.
Take a knee and bow before me.
I'll turn you into corpse starch.
You cannot force me, Alantak.
Already done. Suits my purposes.
A moving target lives longer. Am I getting paid for this? Tell me, and it is done.
Just designate a target. I understand your intent. I hear you moving. No more. Another soul slips beyond the veil.
Let's get...
An unworthy soul.
Stop hitting me, Ashman!
Let's get to it.
Just a minor setback.
A dance of blades and shadows. A tribute to the undying Emperor. As honor ordains. On to slaughter someone.
Get me a target. Your reckoning is due.
Hold on.
Suffering is part of the trial.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone! I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. Escape the Emperor's judgment.
Advancing. Running your desire condemns you.
Anything extra?
I have read tomes of military tactics. I never saw painted black.
Here we go.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones.
How about no? Don't get too cocky.
Let's make it quick.
Abelard.
Swift and silent. I am deal death with my hands. I hear you moving. No more.
I bring mercy and retribution. Trust me.
I won't. I'm done with this one. Let's get to it.
Without you, strike. That is not the Emperor's will.
The ultimate knows all, comprehends all.
They who discern the future on the battlefield. Will defend well. Show me what you've got.
Here we go.
All too easy.
I move as if unseen. Another soul slips beyond the veil.
I will leave footprints of scarlet. As honor ordained.
Buddy E.
Pay attention.
Soul must be nourished with the blood that dominates enemy. Such is let the blood-spun web stretch across its bowels. Let it sever the apostate's threads.
A correlation between the function of void ship systems and their contact with organic fluids exists only in this laywoman's agitated consciousness.
Victory awaits!
something nearby.
The machine god grants me insight.
My pleasure.
None shall stand in my way.
One and it's done.
Improving technology with its unnatural curves and surface.
It's about time.
Got weird viscous goo and stuff. I don't, you can't trust that shit. When goo's a part of things,
Fortune smiles on us. An ill omen.
Cast your eye there. I better myself through my service. Duty prevails.
New challenge for me.
And done.
I won't tolerate weakness.
When the faithful are idle, heresy grows.
This ship has potential. Once we refit the hull, replace the officers, and make a few other changes here and there, it won't be so bad at all.
My whispers are laughing up a storm listening to you make renovation plans for a ship you haven't captured yet. Oh, something tells me that whatever's made them so happy, we won't like it one bit.
Victory awaits!
I better myself through my service. Duty prevails.
Gleito, detection mode. I'm on lookout. The Lex prevails. Need us to dig around. Got it.
Engaging.
I will take you down.
This order is unauthorized. Judgment is final. Direct report. Threat neutralized.
Let's make it quick. Let's get to it.
The guilty will fall. It won't. Let's test our skills, Gleito. Gleito, we're undertaking this task. The order's clear. Accept it unless... Another scar for my collection.
Let's get to it! Let's get to it!
There'll be no pardons for the guilty. Understood. Executing order. Directive accepted. Understood. Threat neutralized. That goes outside the mission parameters.
I'll take it as a priority. Waste of time.
Can't this will leave a scar.
Divine judgment is final.
It's like only one needs to be kept out. Sorry. Actually, that's not true at all. None of them need to be left. We're gonna reload because I'm curious what the other ones do, like the warp one.
I'll lay claim to the stars. Take a knee! Just bow before me! Suits my purposes. Not a problem for me.
You've got a problem, I've got a prize.
Arbitrators are made of plasteel. Moving into position. Executed. Understood. It won't target eliminated.
I am your blade and shield. I shall not fail. I see what others do not. As on our old days. Come, the other side awaits. Death is a blessing.
If it's so, I can deal death with my hands.
Guided by faith! The impure cannot escape their fate!
As the Emperor commands, I act. This is unacceptable. I'll do it. Nothing can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Let's get to it!
Hold on.
Naturally.
But if your reckoning is due, let's make it quick.
Successfully terminated.
My place is at the fort. I took care of this one.
I'm not clad in scarlet. That is foolishness, if I may.
I'll pass. You didn't stand a chance.
My prescience has failed me.
Order supersede pain. One of us would be enough. Let's test our skills. Clarify your order. Even my dog wouldn't do that.
Death comes in silence. Trust me. Let the blood of the wicked be shed, as thou hast willed. I approach the designated position. I am...
Operation successful.
Follow my lead.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
I was thinking about what I could give for helmet, and I thought about it, and I was like, I remembered I had this for him. I've had that on here for a long time. Oh, ugh. He needs that move speed. His move speed is pathetic. Ugh. Come on, man. What the frig? He's got really shitty stats. I'm a talker, though.
May the Exalted One protect you. Have you grown bored without our little talk, Shireen? The Exalted One himself must have put the words of truth into its mouth, Shireen. Oh, I have no doubt.
Shenanigans. Oh, it can be used twice per turn. hot site. Power of hot. All right, bro. Here it is. It's a capital. What else will be Aldari live for? It's gotta be a long time. Stupid Mike Beacon, man. What a shitty program. Weird issues with the capable of changing the world around you and within you. It lies in your ability to create and to understand the creation of the world. It lies in your mind to grasp. want to tell her you like her. She hates that shit. Lesson learned. I don't think I saved it. Shit, dude, this is so far back. Oh, dude, I hate how I forget to save this fucking game all the fucking time. It's like a half hour of my day. Yeah, fuck it, dude. I don't give a shit. I'm not doing that battle over again, man. I'm just not gonna do it. It's a lesson learned about saving, which I won't learn because I continue, because the game's stable enough that I don't have to necessarily save it all the time. I don't have it, right? It's scum saving is kind of like, whatever. I can personally introduce Achilles Scalander, a citizen of the Golden Throne who was previously attending. Damn it. Whatever, I don't give a shit. Nah, I did give a shit and I don't give a shit and I really don't give a shit. We'll do it.
None shall stand in my way. Your biggest mistake. I won't heed your cries of mercy. Suits my purposes. Absolutely not.
This battlefield air is good for my lungs. You jest, surely. Am I getting paid for this?
There is only death, yours or mine. I bring mercy and retribution. Aim for the heart next time. The shadows see it done.
I move swiftly to strike. I understand another soul slips beyond the veil. If I must. This tedium is beneath me.
Is a sign of grace, at least? Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
I won't object to it.
Pain cleanses the body. As the Emperor commands, I act. God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
I'll do it.
As the inhuman Emperor.
Let's get to it. My ears are ringing.
Hold on.
Leto, we're undertaking this task. Accept man's punishment takes its due. The order.
Let's see what you can do. Damn! What was the command again? Oh, right. Let's see what you can do. I know what is to come.
Someone else can do this. That's not the Seneschal's job. Indeed. At your beck and call.
Let's get to it! Time to slaughter!
All too easy.
You're no fun. A dance of blades and shadows. I shall...
You will perish for this affront. Hear you moving. No more.
Creating damage to bulk. Requires significant value.
Isn't this a color painted black? Do not dare ask. If I may?
The Emperor is on our side.
Faith without deeds is a prayer.
Make it a habit. I gotta level up again too. Oh.
What is it? Speak, Elantak.
I am your shadow. Watch out.
I won't tolerate weakness.
This Explorator is blessed with multifunctionality. The machine gun grants me insight.
Victory awaits! A new challenge for me?
Don't like it when you say sweet. Probably because like they're like primal instincts is what got them into trouble. Their nature desires happy. Whole thing. What I do the game play. Dick. Why are they in such disrepair? Alright, I'll say this. This snack really invigorated me. Basically, the way we analyzed their tech gear and it's in disrepair. The civilians of Fletcher built under the steel are marked with terrible chemical burns. Every now and then, convulsions shake the tech priest's bodies, and a painful sounding hiss comes from his vox. Who spoke to you looks more peaceful and makes a point of not drawing. I've seen Octagon 22 before. We've traded with them. Combat? sound of mind if the thing continues to send him torture mind pain thingy, whatever. Archiving. Tech Brother Tarsus opposes late participation in the investigation. Okay, so basically this is what's happening. I haven't been I've been reading, but I haven't been talking much because I've been up for a little bit longer and I have a lot more energy to talk all the time, especially when you're reading. But basically, these people from the Adeptus Mechanicus, which is from Mars, came onto my ship. I don't know if they're from. I remember Opticon 22. I think I'm pretty sure it's the same guy traded in a different town at in the Foot Fleet or whatever it's called, that station. So anyways, he's with this other feller who's apparently like a machine guy from Mars specifically, and he's basically saying that Pascal, the guy I've been using for a lot of things and has been very reliable, claims that this guy is a heretic and that he knowingly embedded contaminated code into, like, they're accusing him of some wild shit. Now, granted, I didn't see him prior. Actually, kind of a lot happened, you know. Well, you saw what happened, like, I don't know, Pascal. The service units of the Kappa threat supply line are unauthorized to confront the rogue trader, command retreat, and reinitiate negotiations. Oh, shit.
Take a knee! Just bow before me! Already done. Suits my purposes. Nothing I can't do.
Don't get too cocky. I can do that with the right incentive. You've got a problem? I've got a price. Don't get too cocky.
As it...
High momentum.
Come, the other side awaits. Death is a blessing. Trust me. The shadows will see it done. The undying Emperor whispers his will.
Eradicated.
Unable to fulfill requests, the Omnisire granted me epiphany. And I muted the maimed machine spirit that was filling Xar's mind with fury. I do not fully understand the manner of my appeal to it. Proving my mirrors the incident on Rykad Menoris, where I appealed to the machine spirit of a malfunctioning mechanic and laid it to rest. To the suffering that beset them, their judgment was rash and erroneous. Now that torment is over, I declare them martyrs, and I am requisitioning Xar's Human Nero Augmentic for the purpose of preserving his blessed memory. Your silent reverence stopped you from raising your voice to proclaim that the machine spirit with which his mind had merged was morbidly afflicted. The imperative of reverence had paralyzed your will, and you would watch your tragedy unfold in silence. The sixth universal law states that the comprehension of the true path to knowledge, yet the cycle has robbed you of your comprehension, therefore let the cycle be discontinued. Comrades, just because there's some small point I'm not clear on. What's the reason for active? To footfall to resume performing its regular functions. Oh, I have things to turn in though. Lame. Who's gonna clean up this mess? Who's gonna clean up this whole mess?
I tire of idleness. Let's move.
Omnisire axe? Nope. Who's the Omnisire? You're the Omnisire. Who's the Omnisire? You the Omnisire. Ay, ay, ay. The Omnisire.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Omnisire. I should probably go check up on Pascal. I don't know why I just went to right. And I need to save, which I don't do enough. Load faster.
My apologies. 19% of my processing power is engaged in the analysis of my tech comrade's memory. My response time may be longer than usual. I was not knowledgeable as to how popular Blessed Amanat's teaching was in exploratory circles. The Cognizant's fleet is massive. His ideas might have found a larger following on its periphery than in the Mother Squadron. The data is scarce. His identification code is the same as mine, and his memory contains data confirming that the assassination did take place. Unfortunately, some of his memory was damaged by pulses broadcast by his battle harness. I can assert with some confidence that he was who he claimed to be, and that he served the Deus Mechanicus earnestly and eagerly. My study of the minds of the tech comrades, Abel, Tarsus, and Demence, has revealed an anomalous similarity between the patterns of damage their memories sustained. What I attributed to cognitive idiosyncrasies, synaptic damage, and the distortive action of scrap code may be the result of a different kind of influence. The undecryptable data fragments in their memory arrays are mysteriously symmetrical. I was not knowledgeable as to how popular Blessed Amanat's teaching was in exploratory circles. The Cognizant's fleet is massive. Notwithstanding his permanent state of agony, he was not cognitively dysfunctional. His desire to immediately destroy the object he had deemed profane was partly dictated by his engrammatic augmetics, which were receiving imperatives from his battle harness. In light of the oddness of our matching identification codes, I find merit in his hypothesis as to the existence of a clandestine malevolent agent or conspiracy operating inside our fraternity. No data available. I will hypothesize that the assassination was instigated by an enemy of the Blessed Amanat's doctrine. I accept the possibility that the assassins were targeting me, only to be led astray by Tarsus and my own identical identifiers. I am concerned about the fate of Archmagos Amanat. According to Opticon 22, he went missing in the wake of the incident on an Arc Mechanicus, the Hermetico. Information about that ship and its perishing has been purged from the archives. I accept the possibility that the incident on the ship, the concealed data, and the assassination have all been part of a single conspiracy. That is a valid hypothesis, but not a very likely one. Its truth value is irrelevant, as it does not contradict the necessity of establishing the fate of Archmagos Amanat. Of course, faith is dangerous. Faith is the prerogative of the spirit, and a spiritless mind is an enemy of all existence. Without faith, there is no meaning in anything, no point to any aspirations or limitations. But faith can take different forms. The form of prohibitions established by unknown elders. The form of an audacious violation of those prohibitions. The form of following dogma or of schism. The form of following the cycle or of discontinuing the cycle. In a system with two courses of action, schism is inevitable. And only one of these paths will be true, as truth is discreetly separate from untruth. Ammonites did not reject any one specific prohibition, but found their cumulative effect to be oppressive. The system of rigid limitations had confined seekers of knowledge to a circular track, spelling doom for the thinking mind. And that cycle of repetition had to be broken. That was why he was dubbed the Messiah of Discontinuing. It is a stable path for growth. The minds of different individuals are not equal. The revelations bestowed upon them are not equal. Some must guide, and others must trust those who guide them. We are all guided by the Omnissiah, and perhaps it is only thanks to his first prophets and the prohibitions they gifted us that we still exist. I will continue my research into the Blessed Martyr's memory with all due reverence. May your labors be effective and fruitful.
Every time there's a parade, there's always an assassination attempt. person got burn marks and stuff all over their face. It was uneventful, thank you. I'm glad to hear you, Lordship. All right. You might have Governor Urban Driveston has been notified of arrival on Gargonis and will visit the palace shortly. The official visit are well in hand, but your lordship still has plenty of time before the meeting. Lord Abelard's that's his granddaughter. That's not his wife or mom. That's his goddamn granddaughter. How old is Abelard, dude? Oh, he traverses the warp and apparently can really affect time. So Abelard's technically probably a lot older than he seems. Lord Captain Theodore's respect through acts of great perseverance. There is no room for doubt. Blood has nothing to do with it. Easy, I was just curious. He was really quick to jump. He was really quick to jump to the merit, like of her merits, right? Which is respectable. Which is something I think he should do, to be honest. Like, but you know, like, oh. Take him that long to travel in the come on. Unfurled. Yes, I would like to know how my protectorate is going. Whoa. Happens. Tremble for the sword of The Emperor is coming. There is his punishment. Why does it say that shit? Toss a coin for your witcher.
Something of interest.
Please forgo. Okay. Game bugged or something? I think it might be bugged. Alright, thank you.
We need to investigate.
Alright. sure I say more often than I do. X is needed for the Golden Throne under my aegis. Okay, so he just admitted that I have a snake in my fucking... He's warning me about the dangers of the nobility in my capital, about how they're very powerful, rich, and very much like spiders who are willing to feed on the weakest of the group. Was great displeasure. All right, tell me about the drive stems. The drive stems are the ancient governor house of Dragonis. Particularly, the greater the wealth of the Von Valancia's protectorate, the fuller their coffers grow. Their reputation is flawless except for one detail. We have evidence that urban drive stems rivals seem to have the misfortune of regularly falling victim to Xenos raids. Whoa. Contagious for the drive stems, but we lack solid proof and it might never surface. The closer an official is to Rogue Trader, the braver and safer they feel. I would just like to remind everyone that rubbing shoulders with Xenos is a heresy that can be overlooked only in the case of Bob Valancia's heir, not his servant. Yeah, hey, listen, you're a Rogue Trader, we get it. You know, we look the other way for you. Well, because technically he's like, I think road traders are almost akin to like kings themselves, if you could say that in a way. Because I mean, he's the emperor, right? The emperor of mankind, or however you want to look at it. But like these rogue traders, but they're like colony-based kings, right? They are literally the reason why they are given such leeway is because you're basically in your worst part of like humanity. You know what I mean? Your worlds are not very. It's crazy. I think it does. At least it seems like that for me. The Gapraks hail from the remote Forge world, and among their distant relatives, there are many servants of the Omnisire. And the house itself is close to the cult of the Adeptus Mechanicus, both in spirit and in their business connections. The Gapraks oversaw the industrial shipments within your protector until recently. Ever since the astropath communication with Kiva Gamma was severed, they've been quite concerned about the security of the planet placed in their care. These are grim tidings. It's a tragedy that an industrial world of such tremendous capacity was brought down by the pernicious influence of the archenemy. The cultist trail in the cold void, of course, it would be a small consolation to all of us. They produce fuel, and the religious are working. I must note that lately members of the Sosserbeck family have been prone to over-liberal statements about the von Valances dynasty. They believe that Lady Theodora was a bit too keen to leave her worlds without proper oversight. I think that's kind of fair. I'd like to know more about the Wessarians. The Wessarians are a line founded by Lady Theodora Central and as such a normally considered nobility. At least from the standpoint of the Imperial Navy, from which Lord Aberlard hails. On Dargonis, however, their position is precarious. Firstly, they've never were granted any official title, or a process which has been impeded for decades by the old houses of Dargonis. And secondly, other families do not see them as equals, but more as upstarts clinging to the rogue traders' favor. The Wessarians are responsible for the capital's fleet, world's fleet, and the majority of the cargo shipments on domestic routes. Naturally, well, you're right, Rogue Trader, but remember that this will cause the multi-layered bureaucratic system of Dargonis of your entire protectorate, in fact, to come apart at the seams. And that's not even considering the likelihood of the attempted reprisals from the families and allies. I would hold off on such death sentences, act restraint, and wisdom. Of course, but still, little bastards. And this time it concerns the main reason why I'm present on the planet, Xenos, and the threat they pose both to you and the humanity as a whole. The last few months has been difficult for the people who report to me. Mines here scattered throughout the Cronus expanse, warp disturbances after pass overcome with madness, ships disappearing in the Infuteria. Many of my observers and contacts have gone dark and have been killed, or have been killed by some calamity or another. Still, I managed to establish communication with some key individuals who are able to warn me about incoming threats, including Xenos raid. Classic. It's within my power to supply you with intelligence on where and when the Xenos will strike next. I do not doubt that Governor Drivestream will beg you for protection against the Xenos, and in this fight, the information from my contract tax will serve you well. I beseech you, if I ever report a threat looming over a ship or a planet, do not dismiss it. Sometimes it takes the intervention from the rogue trader and his mighty void ship to avert a disaster. Of this world's administrative department, less officially, I'm afraid I can't disclose that even to you. And sure, I collect and investigate reports from heresy we take a route in it. Like, yeah, he's a intelligence officer. Oh, Drakari, okay. They're still Aldari, but they're just sickos. really want him not to like tattle is because like I'm like going against that stuff, but like at the end of the day, like you said, I'm immune to persecution. I don't think immune to it. You gotta do some really fucked up stuff though. Got a Promethean fire to storehouse of his state. He was buried alive in the rubble. Emperor's physician saved his body except for his lungs, which I had to part. He's got part machines. All right, it was a nice way to give me a heads up about the about them. Luzarius Carmelian, a collector of curiosities. Perhaps your relationship will find something useful among my offerings. Holy shit. That's pretty crazy. Oh, excuse me. now begin the due procedure of official address to the ruler of Dargonis. May your name be breathed in glory for centuries to come. May your fortunes ever proliferate. May the God Emperor bestow upon you the duty worthy of his chosen. They're the Tide people, basically they're a tax man for the Empire. And they're not for me. He's like, we're short-handed. Says the massive army behind him. I really like this game, but it's like super time for me to go to bed. Thanks for hanging out. Watch out for chat. I hope you have a good day. We'll talk to you later. Take it easy.